Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day today. And welcome to the third day of the Syrian incident. We join in on an ongoing conflict of PvPvE action, as the Red Coalition and Blue Forces have clashed along the northern and southern borders of Syria. At present, territorial gains have gone in favour of the Red Team, represented by a wide variety of pilots from various squadrons. Many names you'll recognise, including Agriel, Lasky, Bidu, Lasika, Merrick, Cookie, Electroball and Breeze. So the ETF pilots, I was going to say, the ETF pilots are coming out in force and certainly provide themselves as the backbone of the Red Forces in yesterday's, last week's portion of the conflict, starting off with highly intense combat air patrols, followed shortly by some quite devastating ground attack with BRM 90s. Welcome in, Flup. Hello, Sunny Buzzard. And welcome in, Night Hunter Teresa. You'll forgive me if I'm a little bit groggy today because I'm a little bit off colour. Don't know what's wrong, but who knows. Alright, ETF coming in. LS-6. I think £500? Might even be £1,000 glide bombs. They look a bit too big to be 500s. Welcome in, Dave GT. How are you? And then over here we have the WMD7 pod. Meanwhile, the front lines as they stand. On the northern front line, the Red Forces extend up to Minak Air Base, and the Blues are operating mostly from Gaziantep, as we see some AGM-88s looking to take out this, what looks like a Patriot battery. The Patriot battery that they struggled so desperately with during the last week's 6 hours of fighting. They have just managed to splash in one quick go. Looks like those were fired off by YA from PhD. Jeeves, this is planned, organised and managed by the organisers who have their own mission creators, so there is an element of roleplay to it. Certain things like weather conditions are done by dice rolls. So, you know, it's a little bit of a mixture of things. Think of it as, you know how in Arma 3 you would have the Zeus campaigns, you know, where you would kind of be playing against someone who's doing that? Just imagine that this has a Zeus that's managing what everyone has. Thank you for the 19 months, Colonel Moss. I appreciate that very much. So, on the blue team, who will be looking to get some work done here without doubt after being on the back foot for 2 weeks in a row, we have Ram, Wade, who on the very first day of the Syrian incident managed to perform spectacularly in the air-to-air role, nearly becoming an ace, I think. Potato Lord from Harpia, Gunfighter, Maverick, Gurky, Adia, Carnival 1-1, Rosetta Stone, It's Cat, Fenrir, and Chow. This campaign also includes logistical operations, meaning that helicopters are necessary to capture territory, and both teams also have ground commanders that are able to take control of the ground units and order them throughout the map, which we saw to great effect as a player-controlled Emster-S managed to shoot down a Chinook. We get a great look at the back of the Chinook, which always makes it look like a very upset frog. Monokuma from PhD is discovering that that Patriot battery is actually not out of commission entirely. Oh, I think my DCS may have crashed. I didn't know you can have a Zeus in DCS. He can actually spawn in new units. Yes, the players controlling the units can do it. But I think my DCS has crashed. So give me a quick second to do. I'll be right back. My apologies. I thought so. The time of day wasn't correct. This is actually meant to be happening at night. So, to make it so that we can see anything, let's do the nighttime special. Ooh. And see how visible we can get things. You'll have to forgive me because I'll be working with the stream delay just to calibrate what things look like on stream. So forgive me if for a moment things are a little bit hard to see. Also, I don't know if it's my headphones or if it's the audio, but I'm getting a little bit of crackle. So if any of that's showing up, let me know. I think we did 0.25. I think that's a pretty happy medium. A little bit washed out, but you can see everything. So, in answer to your question, Jeeve, after we had to quickly be right back, yes and no. So, both sides start with a army, so to speak, that they can deploy and use. They also have resources in the form of a kind of currency that allows them to spawn different units, which are then transported by these helicopters inside of what we call crates, which are those little pair of wheeled generators that you see sometimes on the ground, which are kind of used as building blocks with which to build new units. And there's a wide variety of things they can build too, which includes things such as what you see on the right-hand side of the screen right now, which is an early warning radar. So that's what provides you with call-outs of incoming hostile forces. And in fact, I don't think we need it to the gamma to be that high on this one. Let's just get rid of this filter. You guys let me know how visible this is. And if you need the colors bumped up a little bit. Those of you who play DCS will be familiar with the system that is often used for helicopter logistics called CTLD. I hope all of you are having a good weekend. What sorts of things do you guys plan on getting up to today? On this Saturday, as we have Agrael Bedo Breeze taking off. That was Valkyr heading south. Of course, wanting to be stealthy. Don't want to keep your lights on in this kind of environment. You'll light up like a Roman candle. And off Valkyr goes over at the blue airfield. We're even seeing some MiG-29Gs. I wonder what kind of missions they're thinking of giving these guys. Just going from the top of my head, this looks like it's for helicopter hunting. Hello, Flup. Welcome in. How are you? Okay. Here comes Plan Z. Loaded right up to the brim with AGM-88s. It is quite dark, isn't it? Let's just bump it up by that and see what that looks like. Doing alright, just had a nice run with Lucky. How are you? I'm good. I haven't even been on the new map yet. have not even been on the new map yet. I didn't get a chance to have a look last night, so we shall have to have a go. I reckon we'll be seeing these launch any moment now, I think. Probably just using that HTS pod on the front left-hand cheek of the F-16 to try and narrow down the firing solution for those AGMs. Gathering enough speed to launch them at max range. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These harms fired at the Northern Patriot Battery, which will probably light up in self-defense shortly, if it detects them. They've got a fair ways to go, though. Who can tell me what the acronym ARM stands for? Interesting that the Patriot's not firing back. Now it is. Patriot starts launching self-defense missiles. One of the harms is still coming through. Impact. And there goes the search track radar, or at least one of them, for the AGM-88s. So, they still have the secondary dish. This site is still operational. Also, how well did I just capture that? That was like the coolest bit of camera work I think I've done in DCS pretty much ever. So, a relatively effective strike for Plan Z, but probably not the most destructive outcome that could have been hoped for. Alright. We're seeing a lot of launches coming up here from the blue team. What are they loaded with? Combat Air Patrol. Have we got anyone with weapons here? It's Cat, Wade, Rosetta Stone, Adia. Absolutely loaded with 120s. Potato Lord 2. Popping up in a gorgeous Apache gunship. Off to do some damage, managing to almost single-handedly destroy a convoy. The blue team not enthusiastic to lose any more territory in the south. But no ordnance in the sky just as of yet. Nobody willing to take too many risks before establishing fairly extensive combat air patrols. Hey, all radars mold. Oh, I see. Okay, that didn't even click for me. I mean, yeah, that might as well be it. YA as well taking off. JF-17s, plenty of them actually, making appearances here. I would have my lights off, but that's just me. No, of course the AGM-88 HARM stands for High Speed Anti-Radiation Missile. Looks like there's no shortage of wind. Raffet Bro takes off. An interesting loadout here, actually. No bags, but carrying harms. A fearsome red presence in the north, certainly going to be enough to cause people to want to be careful as we see one of the first air-to-air missiles of the match fired at blue F-16. Missile goes active quite dramatically here. Travelling at 1,600 knots. Will the first shot be the first kill of the match? This missile has potential. It's not slowing down very much. 1,100 knots. Still at 31,000 feet. Dropping down to 900 knots. It's going to drop below the threshold of being lethal here very shortly. And quite neatly, Raffet Bro gets away from that one. YA pushed away with a 120. As the battle in the south continues along largely the same track. Merrick here pushing towards the Blue Combat Air Patrol in the south. Proactively dropping countermeasures. Potentially cognizant of the fact that there are MiG-29s on the blue team, and that there may be some concentrated effort of using R-27ETs. Been a very long time since I've played Command and Conquer Generals. What was your favorite faction? So we see a few AIM-120s in the sky, causing Monokuma to go defensive. Dropping down to 32,000 feet, the cloud cover extending really high. Missile traveling at 1,300 knots, Monokuma traveling at 500. Looks like it's just going to be steadily outrun with nothing but Newtonian physics. As Raffet Bro has finally managed to get to launch those harms. Looks like these ones are heading for... There's an SA6, SA6, SA6. Okay, I reckon this is going for an SA6 battery. We'll see if it launches to defend itself. Here is the intended target. So, Magnum SA6. Not much of a proactive response. China, you like big tanks and Gatlings? I used to play US Air Force. And then I'd get upset because all of my... Oh, here come the interceptors. No hit. And 2 harms impact on the search track radar. That straight flush has been flushed. Good effect on target. PL-12's being fired to push away Raffet Bro, who, as we know, was not heavily loaded. Oh, in fact, it wasn't Raffet Bro's harms at all. Someone else fired them. It may have been Chaos Ball. I'll be pleased, at least, to have hit that straight flush so quickly. Arms being fired in virtually all directions now. The F-16 Block 50, of course, very well in its element. Heavily loaded with high-speed anti-radiation missiles. That is its job in the skies. Yeah, I used to play US Air Force, and then I'd get pissed off when they'd shoot down all of those cargo planes that brought in all of my income. One-way trip. More AGM-88s going out now. What have they got here? Another SA-6. So, 3 more harms heading out towards this SA-6 battery, which hopefully will have a little bit more luck defending itself than last time. Window of opportunity to respond closes very quickly, and it's closing with every passing second. And no attempt being made by the SA-6 to defend itself. And an SA-8 even taking a missile for its trouble. 2 more harms coming in now, heading to the same area. As you can see, they just lost track of that radar that was just destroyed, and they've automatically attempted to switch through to an alternative, which looks like it may be the SA-8s and SA-15s over here at Cueres, but they probably don't have the energy to get there. THD attempting to chase off these F-16s with their many harms. I think I probably did play a lot of those mods back in General's days. Raffet Bro and Monokuma, 34 nautical miles away from each other, 42,000 feet. Raffet Bro fires first. Is Monokuma going to see what's going on? In conditions like these, even at these extreme ranges, you can actually see things like the contrails of other jets. I think Monokuma are going to comfortably know that there's a missile incoming here. We'll let the fight progress for a little while there. The air battle over Al, Hezra, and Thulla, consisting of a lot of planes: Breeze, Merrick, Twist, JP, Electro Bull, Lasky, Bravo Strom, Lasica, SRB heading in. And Fenrir has an SD-10 that's coming in really quickly now. And Fenrir gets splashed in what I believe to be the first air-to-air kill of today by... Doesn't look like it's given the kill to anyone. Bravo Strom and Adia here. 30 nautical miles. Bravo Strom lining up for a shot, I think. There goes the AIM-120. Adia is firing off at relatively close range. Looks like this one's for Bravo Strom. Look at these missiles coming in, though. Two PL-12s, an SD-10, and an AIM-120. Adia is probably saying, oh dear. That is flying a very clean aircraft, traveling at 600 knots. It's going to be very difficult to hit. Bravo Strom being forced defensive by Adia's missile. Well defended, Adia. Nice job. Breeze is 30 nautical miles from Ford 1-1, who is at low altitude. Up in the north, missiles being fired quite defensively from Gaziantep, as Rafet Bro is already preparing to have their first landing and refuel and rearm of the match. We've got a battle coming here. Looks like 5011 may get the slip on a JF-17 Thunder here, unless Breeze knows exactly where he is, and I would say, I think that Breeze does. Only 10 nautical miles now, and Breeze fires off the SD-10. This is a really, really close-range shot. 5011 also having a 9M330 fired at them, and Breeze pushing the advantage here really hard. And in fact, 50311 looks like they introduced themselves to the terrain with quite some severity. So, a maneuver kill for Breeze. I'm not sure who that SD-10 was launched at. I actually don't quite know where it's going. Armudu Stecken here, valiant defender of the North. You should look into the CNC General's Evolutions mod for Red Alert 3. It's awesome. I remember Red Alert 3. Which of the Red Alert 3 babes was your favourite? Keeping in mind that this was before, what was the name of that wrestling lady? She was in The Mandalorian and then said some pretty heinous shit. Hey Nuclear Iris, welcome in. This missile actually with some potential. Forcing 711 to go a little bit more defensive. Twist here from the 51st with the Su-33 Lasky JP Everyone looking very well organised here on the southern front. Armudu Stekin forced to get rid of all of that altitude, unfortunately. Out of weapons now. Gina Carano, that's right. She played Tanya in Red Alert 3. Who was the lady who played the British advisor? I had the strangest feeling that she went on to do something else, but I can't remember what. I think it's Gemma Atkinson, I think. Yeah, she was on Hollyoaks or something like that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, Gina Carano was Tanya. Twist being forced defensive here by Harpier's gunfighter. The SU-33, a big boy. No, Tanya was the Western one. Tanya's the special agent from the Western one, and Natasha is the one that was on the cover. That's right. Twist actually in a lot of trouble here. This missile's getting very close, but it's only at 700 knots. Should be able to defeat kinematically, but that's a fairly close shave. Every time that I set off my robotic vacuum, I forget that I have set off my robotic vacuum, and then it bumps into the door of my room, and it scares the absolute shit out of me. I just can't believe that they got Tim Curry, J.K. Simmons, and the guy from Star Trek's name, whose name escapes me, gay rights activist. George Takei. I'm not going to tell you the words that I just typed in to Google that name. 711 being forced defensive again by one of Electroball's SD-10s. Yes, Gina Carano was in The Mandalorian, but then she said some really bad things, and now she's not in The Mandalorian. Just like how Bill Burr was in The Mandalorian, and then he said some really horrible things, and now he's not in The Mandalorian. DQ from Harpier joining in. Maverick, Chow, Deathorc, Drona, Bravo Strom, Electroball, Twist, Lasky. I mean, this is a very fearsome front line to be anywhere near because these pilots are all really good. My robot overlords are knocking. I'm convinced that my robot vacuum has a bratty personality, because if I leave anything unattended that can, in some unbelievable way, be knocked over and demolished by a vacuum, wasn't Jim in Red Alert 2? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the Red Alert 2 cast too much. Billy D. Williams was just in Command & Conquer 3. You remember what was a weird series for people showing up out of nowhere? Was Wing Commander. And this is quite a deadly missile coming in here at 41,000 feet. Still going at 1,200 knots. You're going to have to play your cards right to get away from this one. It shouldn't be the hardest thing in the world, but it... yeah, okay. Just going dead cold does solve that problem. That was the correct response. If he hadn't had made that choice, he would have died. 700 knots. Yeah, this is why 800 is the magic number. Because when someone is trying really hard to get away from a missile, they will get up to like 600-700 knots. And you need at least like 200 or 300 knots of closure for the missile to be able to maneuver. Ghost has taken off in the north, probably looking to provide even more air combat capability, or also carrying some harms, so not letting up on the air defences in the north. Technitinium at 35,000 feet. You really got into it with Wing Commander Prophecy? Yeah. I was never huge into Wing Commander. As these Mi-8s settle onto the ground, as air-to-air missiles start getting just a touch too close. Beautifully defended by the White Ravens. Looks like quite a few pilots are relocating to Muwafaq Salti to make sure that the breakthrough on the right-hand side doesn't cause the loss of this entire salient. The loss of Prince Hassan Air Base, definitely a devastating blow. Chaos Baal and Rafet Bro taking back off here. Didn't realise that Luke and Blake were the same person for so long. I can't even remember the plot of the Wing Commander games. I remember I got a space flight simulator where you played a fighter craft. And it was 3D, and it came for free with my graphics card, but it wasn't Wing Commander, and I don't think it was free... Was it Free Space, am I thinking of? I think it's Free Space. Free Space 2. That was cool. Okay, PhD looking to push against Chaos Baal, but has a Patriot missile coming in. He's about 30 nautical miles from the Patriot. Got to be real careful, because these missiles go so quick. And the Patriot takes no prisoners, as SN1911 gets splashed by a telephone pole. Good kills on the north side. You know what I have fond memories of? I have fond memories of Freelancer. I used to play. I used to play Freelancer, and I used to play a modded version of Freelancer that put in all of the ships from Halo. And I was on a roleplay server. Ooh, Devon's got to be careful here. This missile's going quick. If it's going for him. And I had a Pillar of Autumn style ship, and we got into big fleet battles with the Covenant. Devon is in serious trouble here. He's not defending hard enough, I think. Nope. Devon gets splashed. Another loss for the Reds. That's 2 planes down in quick succession. And Technotinium here, flying right towards a 120 that is... How is this missile not seeing him? It's going right for him. Oh my goodness. Where is this Seeker head looking? Technotinium gets away with a miracle. Chow here at 42,000 feet. Approximately 25 nautical miles from Merrick and Lasika, the White Raven J11s. And a fantastic dual target track. Let's keep an eye on these because both of these missiles have loads of potential. Yeah, and keeping in mind that I was playing Halo roleplay Freelancer when I was like prepubescent as well. So I'm sitting there like, the UNSC won't stand for this. The Covenant must be pushed off reach. And then a week later I was like, alright guys, I'm ready to play. And they're like, whoa. Okay, Lasika and Merrick push away here. All of their altitude brutally taken away by the selfish Chow who wants it all to themselves. There's going to be an ad break in 2.5 minutes. They're unavoidable, unfortunately, on Twitch. If you would like to avoid them, you can either consider Twitch Turbo or, alternatively, subscribing to me, including using your Amazon Prime subscription, if you have one. Plan Z has 3 AIM-120s, one of which is going really quick. Is going to have to think seriously about not being where they are. Beating Freelance with a starting ship? I thought the starting ship was like an escape pod or something. I thought you actually couldn't do anything with that. Merrick and Lasika managing to get their altitude back up. More very slow AIM-120s heading around over here. Technicium pushing at 32,000 feet. It's a bright moon outside tonight. I just remember that I had a trading ship which only had one light turret on it. And I would very regularly get robbed by people, which was really annoying. But if I made it through one time, I made so much money it was worth it. Chaos Bale and Plan Z firing missiles at each other, 30 nautical miles, 30,000 feet. If everyone subscribes, ads are no longer a problem. Yeah. Both of them enthusiastically turning defensive. Lots of these missiles just polite invitations to turn around and go back. Harpier's Yurkina making a gentle landing here in the Chinook. You like the trading ship that looked like a turtle? The one that was meant to be like the stealthy cargo runs? Remind me of the dropships from the Covenant dropships. Everyone's seeming to be pretty happy to fly with their lights on. Gunfighter comes over just to keep Merrick and Lasika at bay. Technitinium has a NASAMS battery fire up an AIM-120, which makes it up to 24,000 feet and slows down to 600 knots, which is like jogging speed for a missile, so well done. Rafet Bro, Ghost, Chaos Bale, Armudu, Stekken up and fighting in the north. Lasika here at 28,000 feet, not far from Gunfighter from Harpier. There are a lot of weapons in the air at the moment. AIM-120s and PL-12s fired in both directions. This is the one fired at Gunfighter. Flash. Ooh, but Gunfighter, by some miracle, manages to get a desync missile. There's another AIM-120 going for them, though. That one's travelling quick too, but Gunfighter's pretty much cold as ice now. And after nearly exploding, probably going to rethink a couple of choices. Hello, California 909, how are you? Plan Z, facing off against quite a few aircraft simultaneously. Ghost fires off an AGM-88. Raffet Bro also fires at Plan Z. Lands E, turns away, goes defensive. Can't see anything. There he is. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. Thank you for your patience. This AGM-88, I don't think, has found anything and is just flying blind towards Aleppo. Killer Dog here, straying a little bit close to H3 Northwest Airbase. The NASAMS takes a shot. But no effect because the NASAMS sucks. And look at these. GB6s. I have a habit of calling these the suitcase bomb because they look hysterical on the wings of the JF-17 Thunder. They are absurdly large compared to the fuselage of the aircraft. I don't think we can tell just by looking at it whether or not this is the one that drops cluster bombs or sensor-fused weapons. So we'll keep an eye on those, as it looks like they might be heading for Prince Hassan. A lot of air brakes that are not out. You're exactly right. But as fatigue sets in, things can get a little bit more difficult. And look at this phenomenally organised battle line here. Lasika, Marek, Bravostrom, Cookie, Technotinium, Dagger, Droner, Deathhawk and Breeze, almost all pushing south simultaneously. Important to remember that these teams are organised and guided by GCIs. So organisation and deconfliction of fighter aircraft is paramount and very difficult. Armudu Stekan, I knew you were going to fire some harms. Could feel it in my bones. Though, interestingly, these harms not lofting when I feel like they should be. It's going to struggle to make that distance. And we have just been jump scared by the end of the playlist, I think. What are we thinking? No, this isn't going to go where I want it to. Give me a second. Okay, these missiles coming in now. We'll just keep our eyes on these GB6s as they reach their intended targets. Let's see if we can find some music after that. That's a miracle of sound. Yeah, it's a little bit nautical, I think, for this. These should burst any moment now, I think. Oh, they're solid bombs. There you go. Dead on. And was there another? Just the one. Okay. Good hit. The battle continues up here Seeker having to be pushed down to low altitude. Cookie pushing pretty hard here. The airspace definitely beginning to belong to the red team in the south. They'll be looking to get all of the fighter aircraft that they can off the deck as soon as they can. This is a really, really fast landing. He's got to be careful. He's still going way too fast. Oh, he should be able to slow down. This runway's longer than I thought. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, they paid for the whole runway. They might as well use the whole runway. That is possibly the most stressful thing I've seen happen yet. Merrick at 15,000 feet here, getting dangerously close to the blue helicopters. For those of you interested in the giveaway, we'll be doing it at 2 hours into the stream. Getting very close, but being told by the NASAMS battery to go away. Lasky and Electro Ball here. Equipped for combat air patrol, I think. No air-to-ground ordnance just yet. Monokuma defending against Rafet Bro and Armudu Stekken. Who are valiantly defending quite well, I think, their E3 Sentry in the north. Adia gets away clean, yet again. And Lasika is hunting helicopters here, but has to be careful. One step too close to one of these air bases and you're in serious trouble. Ram in serious trouble here. Chow is close enough to help. In this kind of weather, finding and destroying a helicopter is not going to be easy. Trying to use the vertical scan modes to try and pick something up. The Endeavour getting increasingly dangerous. But Lasika managing to find the Chinook. Circling around it. It's going to take some fancy flying. Uh-oh. But Lasika, hunting down this Chinook, has a friendly missile coming in, nearly kills him. Lasika nearly managing to get splashed. As Ram here, not dead, but is sideways on the ground. Pulled some hard maneuvering to attempt to get away from Lasika. And Lasika nearly paying the price. Lasika additionally going to have to be careful that they don't get too close to the NASAMS battery. And it looks like Wade just got shot down by Breeze as well, which is quite a dramatic loss, actually. Lasika here still crawling around at 3,000 feet. The red team seemingly being able to operate with relative ease over the southern border. But Lasika doesn't know that this helicopter has crashed and is still looking for it. Which is problematic because that's a very bad place to be. Incredibly, both of those missiles actually missed. And Ram is still healthy and alive. Now is not the time to get too excited. Lasika manages to actually splash the target with an ET missile, just through sheer weight of fire. But Ram ain't dead. Is there a mechanic where you can rescue the pilot? I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. This is a really bad place for this aircraft to be. Oh, it's damaged. The E3 Sentry taking a hit here. Welcome in, Blinky B Bear. I hope you're having a good weekend, mate. How's the A10 treating you? This blue AWACS desperately trying to make a return. Let's have a shout out for Blinky B Bear. Thank you for sharing your community with mine, Blinky. It's a pleasure to have them. I hope that you've had a good stream. Despite the engine fire, it does actually seem as if it's still flying. The same names are still fighting up here. Raffet Bro, Chaos Bal, Armudu, Stekken, Plan Z. Neither team managing to quite punch through here. Of course, not as large a force fighting here. It would be good to see the Blues, with their numerical advantage in the north, to take advantage of the red focus in the south. I believe that the E3 just went down. I didn't see where it happened, but it just disappeared off scope. And I'll never find it by pressing F2. All I'll do is crash my game. So the loss of the southern E3, not as dramatic as it potentially could be, as they have a backup, but a backup they can't afford to lose. Plan Z, getting Raffet Bro and Chaos Bal both to turn around here, just with the one missile. Gunfighter firing loads of missiles at JP, Lasky and Trout, but is getting more than enough in return. Going to have to defend like nobody's business. I love Harpier as a team. They're one of my favourites. Their pilots are all really good. They're so passionate. They've got beautiful liveries. They're everything you could possibly want in a competitive DCS team. I would love to see some kind of punch through happen here. This is the gap. This is the gap for the blue team. They need to advance it. I think if they separated themselves out in a much more spread out battle line and started pushing south simultaneously, they would be able to keep Plan Z on the back foot. Here we have Ruby and Wildcat from RT in flight. Someone who knows the hip better than me needs to tell me why people like to bring the UPK gun pods. Because I genuinely don't know. Now here's a real problem in the form of a BMP that has snuck up to an FOB. Ground command is now in effect. Alright, Raffet Bro finally having a bit of a chance to break through here. Equipped very lightly and at 34,000 feet. Everyone having a good fun Saturday? Still waking up, enjoying coffee. Slow Saturday, but not bad. It's been alright one. It's good so far. BMP berries on the move. Mm-hmm. So a wide variety of weapons that you can use on your BMP3. 30 mils, 3 UOF, so 100mm HEs, and 9 M117s, which I think are called Saggers, I think? Either way, gradually working its way through this collection of bunkers down here. JP and Adia here, 25,000 feet, 20 nautical mile shots. JP fires first. Brakes lock pretty quick. GFL bakery law supercut. Which video is that? Bakery is what kind of bakery are we talking? We talking the biblical bakery or the bread? SA6 being launched up. The Too Funny Cheek MGs? Yeah, sometimes. We can have a look at it and see if it's got them. The big old missile, I wonder what, whoops, those little nozzles on the front are. Here it is. That's not a BMP. This is a BMP. Yeah, there they are. So the little co-drivers get their own little machine guns on the left and the right. They're right here. I mean, they must never get used. Well, I don't even quite understand why, but I'm sure it made sense at the time. But yes, one machine gun on the left, one machine gun on the right, and there's not much traversing in them. Looks like the red combat air patrol is not as strong as it once was. Codename Bakery Girl or Reverse Collapse. I'm going to Google this. Reverse Collapse codename Bakery? Oh, I see. Fuck, okay. I thought it was a Girls Frontline supercut of, like, the lore of girls with big bums. Okay, I see, I see. My mind was in the gutter. What happened to the second blue Chinook? The one that didn't get shot? Yokina? Yokina's chilling. Yokina's doing Yokina things. I tend not to focus on the helicopters too much because I have lost faith within the DCS community to not cheat. I thought they wouldn't, but they did. And I'm just not going to look at it too much. What's that one? Is it? I'm getting Nikkei and Girls Frontline mixed up. So, which one's the one where they crouch over a low wall and they just jiggle their butts? That's Nikkei, right? And Girls Frontline is the one where the plot's better than it has any right to be. Or is Nikkei the Japanese stock market? What's the name of the girl from Nikkei that has the swimsuit with the, like, gamepad buttons on it? Cheat? How? Players on the opposite team watching the stream to see where the helicopters are, because the helicopters move so slowly that they could use... Like, in a dogfight like this, the stream delay is about a minute. So, any kind of beyond visual range dogfighting that's happening like this, or air-to-ground attacks that's happening like this, will happen too quickly in jets for the minute to be meaningful. But, you know, a helicopter can only move so far in a minute, so they can... And they're moving around and they're building things that the enemy's not supposed to know where they are. Girls Frontline is the one where the girls are guns. Are the girls in Nikkei not guns? I thought the girls in Nikkei were guns too. Looks like the red team combat air patrol is actually being quite effectively pushed back here. Nikkei also has the way better story than it should be. Rafet Bro and Chaos Bal defending against aircraft here. But not too stressed about it. Extreme sniping, yes! And it really bums me out because there is no financial incentive or even, like, these days you used to get really good promo out of, these days, rather, back in the day, hosting DCS events was really popular, but at the moment DCS is kind of, DCS is not very popular at the moment. And as a result, DCS events are not very popular at the moment. And there's no money in it at all. And there's not much of an audience to be gained from it. It's mostly just, you know, the people we already know, which is perfectly fine. And I'm happy to do it. But it does mean that, you know, taking time to cover this is for nothing more than the love of the game. You know, there's no personal benefit in this at all. And as a result, some behavior can be really, 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 really disheartening. So we see a full pack of AGM-88s going out towards Manbij Fob. Okay, these SAM sites in big trouble now. They're launching to defend themselves. The SA-15's trying to, at the very least. Straight into the dirt, though. The harms impact all around. Only managing to grab an SA-8, but also, yeah, an SA-15. So an SA-8 and an SA-15, with more missiles coming in, it would be great to get the second SA-8, and in fact, they managed to wipe the second SA-15 and the second SA-8. Ooh, jeez. In a strike that caused some collateral damage. Plan Z's just straight in range of the Patriot battery again. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. No effect. Ooh, was that a slam? It is. I never get to see these. Where was that fired? Is that here? Ooh. These are slams, by the way. Standoff, land, attack, munition. Also, Obsequies is in real trouble here, with many surface-to-air missiles coming in. And there goes the tail boom, and there goes the helicopter. Merrick managing to splash that one. I'm hungry too. I think after this, I'm going to make myself a nice dinner. Might go get myself some cheese. What's your favourite aircraft from Nuclear Option? I don't know. The one I usually have the most fun flying around is actually the Tarantula, doing cargo drops. That new helicopter that they added with the pusher fans as well is really cool. The one that looks like the not F-35, the other one, the X-32 or whatever it was called. I like that one too. The FS-20, I think it's called, the Vortex. I think the Tarantula is one of the coolest looking aircraft in the game, though. There are a couple of aircraft I don't like specifically because they don't look very cool. Like the I think it's called the Revoker. I think the Revoker looks kind of lame. I have no idea where these AGM-84s are going, by the way. They have like a 120 nautical mile range, so they might be going to Princess Anne. Does the game also include nuclear warheads? DCS does have nukes, but they don't really work. Nuclear Option has many nukes, and they work really well. Need to make pizza dough again? The only time I've made pizza dough was in Cooking Simulator's Pizza DLC. And I remember the recipe was I think it was 1.7 kilograms of double O flour and 1 liter of water, and I think maybe 100 mils of olive oil, maybe less, and salt and pepper. I don't know if that recipe actually works. Maybe you can tell me, Flup. So after I've had my little crying bitch baby rant that I had a little while ago, it would be really nice if any of you guys enjoy my content that you drop a follow, join in on the Discord, show up for the other streams. It would be a real pleasure to have you. And after the ad break that we'll be having in about 10 minutes, we will be doing the giveaways. As Bravo Strom angers the Naysams battery. Does the F-15C in DCS have any kind of link system? No, the F-15C in DCS at the moment does not get any kind of data link, but I believe that the full fidelity one will have data link. But that's not out yet. For the Red 4 planes, the Su-27 does get data link, which is fighter-to-fighter and AWACS, and the MiG-29s don't get data link. But sometimes people think the MiG-29s do get data link, but the truth is that a very, very long time ago, one version of it got the same data link as the SU-27, but that was like a decade ago. I mean, we can go through the planes that have data link here. We have Technetium in a J11 that has data link. The F-16 has data link fighter to fighter. The JF-17s have data link and fighter to fighter data link between JF-17s, which Eclipse Task Force takes really, really, really good advantage of. F-16s all have data link. The F-18s have data link fighter to fighter as well. They also have intra-flight communications using MIDS. And yeah, in fact, I don't think there's a single aircraft up in the sky at the moment that doesn't do data link. Yeah, maybe the pepper is wrong. I might be wrong. I don't really know how to use pepper in cooking yet. So if anyone has any tips on how to cook with pepper, please let me know. Lasika here. Ooh, got to be careful that they don't turn back into the missile, because it still is active, but very slow, 400 knots. Feels right somehow. I think that's the vibe. I think you're right, Flup. Have not played in a good while. Is MP still grey flag for PvE for the most part and contention for PvP? Yeah. There are a couple more PvE servers these days, and contention runs several servers now. So contention does a kind of modern-ish server where they do 80s and 90s. So sometimes it's semi-active radar homing and sometimes it's Fox 3s. And they have a Cold War server too. JP and Trout pushing in here. The only one nearby is David from BA, and is not very high and not very fast. Maverick's coming in for landing, but has a missile coming in. It's going to have to be careful. Hey, Mika, how are you? No worries, Zeke. Let me know if you have any other questions. Epic conspiracy is real. I know, right? Well, that's the last thing you want when you're trying to land. But more importantly, AGM-84Hs actually managed to hit their targets? I'm curious about what happened there. And I didn't see Maverick get hit by a missile. Let me just check the kill feed. Oh, careful. NASAMs are acting up. Looks like all of the ground forces at Rosh Pena have been effectively cleaned up, with Agriel coming in here to secure it. Off go the big lights. Oh, he's actually using the spotlights too. That's so cool. Yeah, Zeke, I think that's one of the good things about contention is the fact that you have the option of hot starting, but you still have the takeoff delay timer, so you're not really getting an advantage, you're just saving yourself the hassle of starting up. I do that sometimes too, and I think it's a good idea. And while the takeoff time is going on, it gives you a bit of time to program some waypoints or something like that. Thank you for the follow, Zeke. That's really kind of you, and I appreciate it very much. Gently does it. Alright, who's ready for some giveaways? For those who are in the 51st PVO Discord, in the announcements channel, there are some messages that you can react to in order to put yourself in the running to win a JF-17 Thunder or a Mirage F1 mission. That was the message sent on the 11th of the 11th in the announcements channel. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to get in there and react to the message before I draw a line under it and call out the winners. we've got Breeze coming in here with the BRM 90s. 90mm laser-guided rockets. There we have it. The missiles in the sky. But there's so many missiles in the sky, I'm not going to be able to find it in time. Oh, there it was, but I lost it. There it goes. BRM 90... BRM-1 90mm rocket. Tricky, because they sometimes hit the ground. But it looks like that's a good shot. Am I incorrect in thinking that this music was used in a Source filmmaker video where I think Coach from Left 4 Dead 2 is playing a synthesizer? Some CBU 105s as well. So we're moving on from suppression of enemy air defences to destruction. I think the hard workers in the north are the secret underslung heroes of the blue team. And they're certainly being given the business here. This isn't going for this helicopter, is it? Okay. 20,000 feet. Okay. I was worried that Wildcat had a 120 coming in. The right plane on the X-axis, but not the right plane on the Y-axis. Breeze making it look like a breeze with these BRM 190s. Yes, you do. Zeke, in the announcements section, there's one where it specifically says, react to the little emoji of a JF-17 or an F-1. You mean No Cool Dudes? No, No Cool Dudes is a different song. No Cool Dudes is the one that goes, it goes... It's and then a police car crashes into him. I think it's by the same guy. Love to watch Breeze work. I know they're playing. Some seriously close-range laser-guided missile usage. Absolutely spectacular. Gurky here, having to operate at low altitude, but still trying to keep the cap up in the south. Hold on. Shemansky here taking off in the F-14A. Interesting. Fully loaded telephone poles. Funny thing is, BRMs can be launched from way above their stated range. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're feeling ambitious with APKWS, I think you can do insanely long-range shots with APKWS. The damn, what's it called? The damn RNE was lying to you. There's an AIM-120 going out towards Breeze, but not too quick. Did you manage to find the message, Zeke? Okay. Breeze not in the best position to be doing air-to-air, carrying these BRM 90 pods. We've got Murazan in the sky as well. GVAW, well represented here. Technitinium and Drona covering off in the north, seeking to slow things down for them. You haven't heard this one? What's it called? That one was... that was... Forget About Freeman. Mulch Kowalski. I'll be back in just 1 second, guys. I'd like to go to the bathroom. Is there anyone we can watch for a little while here? Let's keep an eye on Gurky as he's defending hard here. Join 251 on SRS. For who? No, I'm on the blue team. I'm not on the red team. I don't know if I can swap as well. Let me see.
I'm going to climb and try to deal with that high bandit. High bandit is dealt with by 2 friendlies. Copy.
Yeah. I mean, you can get a
F-18 on your tail right now, JP.
a slight listen to the radio that's being used at the moment. But we won't be able to listen in on this too much just because
50 clicks.
It is not a team that I can observe. I think that the blues are on a different frequency. Let's see if I can find it. .305. Okay, we're tuned to 305, so we can listen if we hear anything. Okay, let's get the giveaways out of the way. First things first, we'll be doing the giveaway for the JF-17 Thunder. So, dice roller. Let's make sure that you can see. There we go. And this message has 22 reactions. So, lucky for the JF-17. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Number 16. Which is 22. So 6 from the bottom. View reactions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll just take a look at that one and make sure that this matches in the other direction as well. Let's give you something to look at. Let's have a look at what Electro Ball's up to here. Great tunes, thank you. Number is 16. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 16, 7, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's Saffron from RS. There we go. So, from RS, Saffron gets the JF-17 Thunder, which you are looking at right this second. A fantastic aircraft capable of just about anything. And now for the F1. So, the F1 has 17 reactions. So, we'll get the dice roller up. 17 sides. And 3, 2, 1. Shoot. That is number 10. Which, in this particular instance, is Oh my god. Saffron won them both. Wait, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's Saffron again. So for both roles, Saffron from RS1. There we go. So the battle is stabilizing just a little bit here. Rigged? I know, I know. So I don't know if they want to give both to Saffron or if they want to reroll one. I'll ask them what they want to do. But the numbers don't lie. Number 16 was Saffron. And number 10 was as well. Sometimes life gives you airplanes. That's a great way of putting it. Okay. Things are still continuing to be interesting in the north. Even more harms are coming down towards the fob, though looks like they just lost their radar and have gone a little bit haywire here. This version sounds different to the one that you usually listen to. This was L'Épreuve from Rudolvi. Murazan forming the backbone of the cap here. Only got one AMRAAM left, though. And there it goes on its one-way trip. This one's got quite a bit of potential, actually. It's going straight for him. Made up a little bit too high. And, ooh, a desync missile does a disservice. Chow gets away from Murazan's missile. How do I explain that to my wife? We're going to need a bigger garage. I didn't know this, but apparently there's a community in America called Air Park where people live in like a suburban neighborhood that's also an airport, as Killer Dog launches off a lot of harms in quick succession. Looking to try and make something happen with that Patriot battery. Handles go out. And the Patriot battery is going to defend itself. They're not easy to deal with, Patriot batteries, because they have quite a capacity for self-defense. So let's see if it deems it necessary to intercept these harms. And they're about halfway there now, as they overtake each other in the sky. We should see the Patriots light up. They're not going to be going too fast, so they will have quite a bit of time to be intercepted. But that is if the Patriot decides to go for it. America's weird, but then they have cool shit like that. Patriot battery does not seem to really have locked onto these harms. And they are getting close. Really close, actually. There's a small chance the radar was turned off. Oh. The SHORADs try and deal with them. Oh, but they don't stop all of them. As, looks like another search and track radar, but it was the same one as last time, interestingly enough. As the other one, STR, is still here. So Killer Dog not quite getting the prize that he wanted out of that one. David in the F-18, finally managing to get some altitude here and join in. Lasika, Electro Bull, Cookie still up, still on the front line between King Hussein, Air College, Ramtha Fob, and Ed Dafiana Fob. As the red team seems to be getting better established here. Draxus here flying in an Mi-24, actually. Okay. Draxus is still patrolling around the airbase. I think they're still looking for the last little outbursts of resistance here. Spotlight's managing to get him. Some very cool helicoptering happening here at the moment. Over here, over here. Here's the bad guys. And here comes the Mi-24 to deal with it. This is a very cool little bit of cooperative gameplay that we've got happening here. Is that why the airfield is marked white? I believe so. Looks like there's neutral units on it that are preventing it from being capped, unfortunately. Some ATGMs will solve the problem. You can get shulkers with the 30 mil. Don't worry, you'll be fine. DCS stands for Direct Combat Simulator. Nope, Digital Combat Simulator. Cookie's also doing some loops around here. Laser-guided bombs, actually. Looking to clean up what's left. Elsewhere on the map, Shemansky actually has come up in the F-14A, loaded up with Phoenixes. Quite close to the front line. Okay. So Shemansky is being forced away in the F-14A, Graphic Bro and Chaos Bal still working in beautiful concert. And we have an old friend in the sky, as my DCS stutters. Great. Yep. You saw it here first. Wing long. They be doing the wing the long way on the red team. What they need to get is they need to get the wing long over to here. Okay, those targets are dealt with. And there's still some ZSUs over here. Question is, will they be able to find them? I should not be able to do this. And I won't. Cookie's here with some laser-guided bombs too. That's its baseline goes hard. That was either Resonance by Home or Neo Tokyo by Scandroid. Probably Neo Tokyo by Scandroid. They're laying into it. Cookie's trying to drop on it. Ooh, nice drop. If this hits, they'll be impressed. It's trying. Ooh, it might go straight through the front door. Oh, a little bit short. Damn. Yep, the famous wing long. Wing the long way. Got some Patriots going out towards Murazan, who's firing here at Gurki. Guess because you're in the neutral faction? I guess so. It would be really impolite of me to hop into a ZSU and start shooting at them. It's easy to forget how difficult this is in inclement weather as well. Part of me wants to shoot the ZSU for a second. Cookie's coming back round, just so that they might have some idea of where it is. It's this sandbox right here. This one, I think, that they actually need to get. Can you actually occupy the sandbox? No, you can't. I was going to say. And there it goes. Princess Anne Air Base goes down. Could roleplay as a freelance merc. I'm just going to be funny here for a second. Spooked, yep. Doesn't look like there's much in the sky at the moment. Rafet, bro, is at low altitude, actually. I wonder where Mr. Wing Long is heading off to. He could be going to H8 Northeast. That sand was very evil. I need to stop going over to the Wing Long. It's breaking the game every time I do it. Yokina here with the engines off at Ed Dafayana Fob. Gurki still airborne here, launching off AMRAMs to try and get everything working the way it should. Trading shots with Murazan at 28 nautical miles. Both of these missiles have a long way to go and not much time left in their speed, unfortunately. So just long-range shots being traded fairly calmly here. ZSUs are actually just beneath him on his on his right-hand side, actually, but very hard to see in this weather. There's also a SA-8 here as well. Because this thing's going to be tough as nails to find. I think Cookie might be coming in just to land here, giving you an appreciation of just how severe the conditions actually are. Nicely done, Cookie. Spotting in a city is tough at night on top of it. Yeah, you're exactly right. Which would why it would be so useful to have Wing Long to come down here, but not yet. Szymanski is actually coming in for landing here in the F-14A. Didn't manage to fire any of those Phoenixes, unfortunately. You must admit, it is a pretty sight over this big city down there. Oh, of course. Mirazan comes in. I want to watch Schmansky, though. DCS does night pretty well. Yeah, sometimes it does. It looks better at some places than others. Depends really on where you are. Do you get punished for hitting unintentional targets like schools and hospitals? I think the premise is that these areas have been evacuated. Don't ask me how we evacuated all of Syria, but we did. Took a while, but we got it. Gurky and Bravo Strom are fighting a battle for the ages here. You waste valuable ammo, it's limited if you remember correctly. That too. And who can say what's more important to keep? Do you want to keep your ammo, or do you want to keep your integrity? Bravo Strom is patrolling around here now that they have Prince Hassan main logistics hub, though it is not in particularly good shape. Raffet Bro has been working hard here, taking off again, forming what feels like the backbone of the northern assault for the blue team. Segway of Action Team 1, true. Limited teleportation. No, you're exactly right, Connor Tomo. There is no additional punishment in this that I am aware of. Though I think they would imagine that there would be one if it was completely egregious. Though, with the full modern context, there actually has been very little collateral damage. Almost all of the weapons that have been fired are precision-guided munitions. If we were to think realistically about the threat to people on the ground in context like this, he might be having a look at what he can see at Minark here. I don't know if there's too many surface-to-air batteries that are still active. Doesn't look like there's much at Monarch causing too much threat. I'm having a look here. There's a SA6 search track radar that might be desirable here. Looks like it is active, but tricky to say. And certainly it looks like Raffet Bro has launched off. We'll have to see if the SA6 attempts to defend itself. Just the one harm going out. But from close enough range that it really is going to be high speed. There'll be an ad break shortly if you're not subscribed. And it will last 3 minutes. And then we'll get right back to the action for you. Good kill by Raffet. What's the goal here? It's all-out war, Zero IQ main. Red team and the blue team are attempting to simulate a prolonged air and ground engagement between two factions, including helicopter logistics, and ground attack. It's been going for a number of days, and has seen a lot of development so far. The red team pushing very hard, managing to capture Rosh Pina, managing to capture Prince Hassan, managing to capture Kiryat Shimona as well. So a concentrated push has been happening on the ground southwards in this area. In the north, battles have been less conclusive, with typically fewer pilots operating in that area. No effect on the SA-11, it looks like. And a few blue pilots in the air. We'll keep an eye on Raffet, in that case, who is doing the majority of the fighting here. I think Raffet's feeling pretty satisfied that the surface-to-air batteries around here are largely dealt with, but the SA-15 is still present. So, still trying to gain the attention of the SA-15s and the SA-8s just to pass down where they precisely are. Problem is that if you get too close, you might explode. Looks like this one's stuck inside the wreckage of another one. The only person nearby to hopefully help deal with this is Szymanski, and they are on the runway. Deathhawk, though, looking to make something happen now. Oh, you missed the description of the tournament during the ad? No, that's okay. I thought this is an all-out war scenario. PvP, blue team versus red team. The red team is centered in Syria. The blue team is attacking from the north, the south, and the west, including Cyprus here. Helicopter logistics using CTLD, alongside ground attack and a number of other different systems are in place to attempt to create some kind of ongoing conflict scenario, which both teams are doing their very best to win. And the red team currently in charge, it seems like, with a plethora of weapons available, but in limited numbers. So making sure that your shots count is definitely important. Looks like they're making a run for the Patriot battery. The question is, where is it? I think it's at Haifa. The only problem is that the units aren't spawned at Haifa. If they get closer, it may appear. They are coalitions of multiple squads. For example, we have GVAW with Cookie and Murazan. We have Trout from the 51st, Killer Dog from number 15, Deathhawk from number 15, Raffet Bro, Vader 1-1. Who else have we got going around? We've got the White Ravens here, doing a lot of helicoptering. I've never actually seen someone use the spotlights on the MI8 before. And yes, it is also a one-life event as well. We'll keep an eye on that, but I don't want to miss what Murazan and Cookie get up to, who are beginning their suppression of enemy air defense run. I think Patras is coming along here to show off. Looking good. Little bit of a show-off, but you can't hold that against them. And there the Patriot battery goes against Murazan. Cookie launching harms in response. That's 4 harms off the rails. Patriot battery missiles have almost immediately exploded. Looks like they were going out towards Murazan. Let's have a look at how these missiles progress. In fact, let's have a look, set the camera up for the Patriot battery, which I believe is here. I always want to try and get this shot to work, but it's not easy to do. Because I put the damn TLs too far apart. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Here come the harms. Looks like the Patriot has launched. Murazan's getting even closer now. The Patriot's launching more missiles to try and intercept. More and more interceptors being fired. That one detonating prematurely. I'm not entirely sure what they're aiming at. I think it might have been at the harms, but the harms didn't make it through. Did Murazan only fire 3? Bravo Strom, looking to take over here. Loaded for combat air patrol. However, now that that Patriot's active, they'll have to see. Murazan got 1 harm left to go. Might be a good opportunity to at least exhaust a couple more Patriots out of the battery. Yep, Patriot's telling him to go away. Missile getting up to 27,000 knots as it finishes its burn. Now this is what I like to see. My favorite. Su-25s with BRM. Ooh, no, these are BL-13s. BL-13s and Phasmagoria pods. Interesting. Pardon me. I'm very curious to see what the plan is here. Yes, they do copy time, but they reload over time. So if I have a look at this Patriot battery here, we can see no missiles, no missiles, no missiles, no missiles. That's a Stinger. That one has 4 missiles left. That one has 4 missiles left. This one has 2. And you can actually see by physically looking at them too, you can see how many of the cells have been used. But yes, they will gradually reload via the trucks, which are one of these trucks. I always forget. That's a refueler. Humvee truck. One of these will be a rearming truck. Let's watch the big boys get on the way. You telling me that a frog went on all of these feet? So, for those of you not necessarily familiar, the Phasmagoria pod is the electronic warfare pod for the Su-25T. And when switched on, it can be used to detect the point of origin for radar emitters. That's the sound we want to hear. One more and it would be a frog yard. Okay, it's really funny. Uh-oh. Is that my DCS crashing? I think that's my DCS crashing. Oh, there we go. Okay, big old stutter. Bravo Strom here at 54,000 feet at 200 knots. That's the one that comes with the game. Yep, completely free. And good fun to use too. I think in Russian service, the Su-25 is called the Rook. You can tell it's an Su-25T because it's got a really big forehead. I've explained several times on stream why the Su-25T has a great big hump on the back of it. Who remembers? Bravo Strom firing a 120 at like 54,000 feet. gonna have to be really careful because he's so close to his Patriot battery. Oh, but the Patriots got hit by something. I can't imagine a harm would have got them. I don't know what's happening with my everything. One search track. Does it have a radar left? It has one search track left, which I thought would have fired on... Bravo Strom at that altitude, but I guess not. Gurky's going to have to be careful because Bravo Strom is launching missiles at real long ranges. Ooh, but the ships have woken up and they're launching standard missiles, and standard missiles are really, 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 really deadly. Hopefully Bravo Strom hasn't gone too far. Gurky's at 3,000 feet. This missile's going down from 21,000 feet. Standard missile, for some reason, just doesn't slow down. Still at 1,800 knots. I think this standard missile has decided it would prefer to go to space. But the Patriots didn't get too much. I wonder where the Su-25s are going. I'm excited to see. I'll have to be careful of the ships, though. Because it used to be a two-seater. Yes, you're exactly right. Well done. Well remembered. Yes, it used to be a two-seater, and then they took out the second seat, and now it's a one-seater. Raffet Bro doesn't need to share this airbase with anyone. I think he can just refuel on the runway. He's the only person keeping the north side intact for the blue team. Cookie and Gurky are not far away from each other. I'm just so worried that this Patriot battery will wake up. But neither of these search track radars seem like they're perking up, even though it looks like one of them is pointing this direction. Gurky, totally defensive here now. Gurky is turning into this missile, but it isn't going very fast. But he can't be too complacent. They need him alive. Ruby from RT doing some logistics in the north. wonder what the belly of that beast is full of. And I wonder where these Su-25s are going. More JF-17s. We've seen more JF-17s in this event than we've seen just about anything else. And these look like LD-10s. LD-10s are very interesting missiles because they are functionally... So have a look at this. This is an SD-10. This is the air-to-air missile, the Fox 3 variant. I think of it sometimes as a Sparrow equivalent, but I don't think that's true, actually. I used to say that it was a modified Sparrow chassis, but I think it's a totally indigenous design. Anyway, the SD-10s have these orange strips around the edges, and the LD-10s don't, because the LD-10s are anti-radiation missiles. But they are built similarly, if not identically, to the air-to-air missiles, just with different seekers. One pilot, one co-pilot, one coffee maker. The other one's a navigator and mechanic. And that's because when you're in... when you need transport helicopters that can get into the deepest parts of Siberia, you want one guy who's at least keeping track of where you're going and can hopefully fix the helicopter if it explodes. You fly one in-game? What do you mean, I hot? Like, do I fly? I know how to fly most of these jets. Trout's coming in for landing. J11 in inclement weather. But it looks like a very good approach. SD-10 is an export PL-12 from China. It's their AIM-120. Well, there you go. Thank you for the information. Just wait until they pull out the blue stripes. Like, what? Like Pat's Blue Ribbon? I have this kind of stomachache that I feel like I need to just do a huge fart to get rid of. These AGM-88s have turned right off. Probably going for the SA-15s, if not the SA-6 search track. But it looks like the AGMs lost their seekers and are attempting to head over to Manbij Fob. Hello, Comrade Carter. Hope you're having a good day, comrade. The only chopper you own is the Gazelle. That's the only one I don't own. PL-12s. Yeah, I guess I just never really thought about it. Let's find it again so we can have a look, because I do want to have a look. Here we go. Is there any in-game difference? I guess there wouldn't be. That would be exactly the same. Lots of people have their own attitudes about the 120 versus the SD-10. If I had to talk about... Ooh, this might be very bad. If he's managed to find Ruby down here. Oh, and that's the danger of traveling unescorted, Heading towards the airbase, trying to sneak away, but Ruby getting splashed by Raffet, bro. Heading towards Aleppo airbase, but no luck. And no other aircraft in the sky to try and force Vader 1-1 away. But, oh, have a look at this. Raffet, bro, got splashed by an SA-11 before firing. So, Raffet, bro, fired that AIM-120 at the MI-8, and then shot down by an SA-11. So that's the end of Raffet, bro. The blue team's going to sorely miss him on the northern flank. But yes, people have different attitudes towards the SD-10 versus the AIM-120. If I had to talk anecdotally about which one's better than the other, I think they're both equally as good. I think the SD-10 keeps its speed a little bit better at high altitudes, and the AIM-120 can go a little bit further, in my personal opinion. But that's tricky for me to say specifically. You would have to ask more expert pilots than me to know the answers to queries like that. I'm not sure if we have any blue aircraft in the sky at the moment. It doesn't look like it. Meaning that the E3s are quite vulnerable. No blue aircraft at present. No blues at all. So we're free to watch these Su-25Ts do their work, even though where they are is very dark. Oh, check this out. It's the Mercury low-light television pod. Okay, so the front jet has the Phasmagoria pod and the BRM, or rather the BL-13 pods, and Dongo 22 here has the Mercury LLTV pod. So the Su-25T here has on the front of it a targeting camera, but it's daytime only. This pod at the bottom is a FLIR heat-sensitive camera that you can choose to bring to make your weapons heat-sensitive, but both are But yes, both groups are capable of self-designating. One of the Su-25Ts got a client is tainted error, which isn't good. Look at this though, complete darkness. There is just no visibility here at all. Still has 34 nautical to go. I'm wondering if it's specifically an anti-ship strike. Yeah, I was going to say, ships are a very tall order, but not impossible. We see the JF-17s, one with air-to-air and one with air-to-ground. If you guys have a squadron of your own and would like to participate in the Syrian incident, it looks like the blue team certainly could use some help. Still about 30 nautical to go. Though, in the absence of blue pilots, now's the perfect time to try and make something happen. So we should see some ground attack taking shape here. If they were coordinated with the Jeffs, that would be a winning strat. What would the Jeffs be doing, I guess? They could fire LD-10s at the ships, but that's pretty tricky. 25 nautical to go. I think he's going for it. Question is, what is he... I mean... I have no idea how he's navigating at the moment. He's at 45 feet, so... You see where the camera is right now? How low down the camera is? That's the water level. So the camera is currently touching the water beneath this Su-25T. So just this far away. You have such a hard time motivating the boys in PI. What's PI short for again? It's difficult to motivate anyone for DCS these days sometimes. Getting so close to those ships. Still got the landing lights on. So maybe he can see the water, but we can't. Wow, got even darker. I cannot believe that. Merrick here in a J11. Hard base time. Oh, I don't want to put on too much pressure. But he is going for it. 17 nautical miles. And the alert system's gone off. It's launching standard missiles. I can't see any way that he gets away from this. Oh, the water! Oh! Oh, damn. And they were flying so perfectly as well. Well, great flying all the same. That was a spectacular demonstration of just being able to navigate and aviate. A very bold strategy. Oh, yes, I see. What happened to the blue team, the Cardinal Point? Have they not had enough players to last the whole session? I guess not. I guess not. But sign-ups are still open, so if more blues are available to join in, then that would be good. Hello, Breeze. How you going? Well done flying around. I was watching your BRM 190s strikes. I couldn't believe that you guys... I don't know how you get the WMD7 pod to cooperate so quickly. It was a great try. It was a fantastic try. What have we got here? Suitcase bombs. Thank you for the follow as well, Raffet bro. Great flying. You did a great job in the northern area. And you managed to blow up a helicopter. There is not going to be a gap in the cloud cover to try and find anything with. How's Wing Long going? Hello, Wing Long. Maybe we need Eclipse Task Force to go turncoat. And the blues were flying beautifully at the start of the session too. An enormous battle line formed along this area, and an ongoing battle that seemed to be going either way. Oh no. Merrick going in here for both of the sentries. DC'd because of Wi-Fi? Oh no. Yeah, my DCS has crashed once today. No mercy seems to be the order of operations today. Crowdfunded you a LAN cable? Could probably make you one. I used to be able to make one. It was really annoying though, and I didn't like doing it. I'll make you a LAN cable though. I say, as I'm using Wi-Fi at the moment. Merrick got them PL12s. I don't know. These E3s have been slippery in the past. Killer Dog managed to take out a Patriot search track radar as well. Where's Killer Dog? I don't see him. Oh, was it up here in the north? Potentially. Yes, Killer Dog in the north, managing to get another one of those Patriot radars. Okay, Airshow, A-Wing or B-Wing? Are you serious? It's like choosing between pee and poo. Here's the order. It goes Y-Wing, X-Wing, B-Wing, A-Wing in terms of cool factor. The V-Wing doesn't count because it sucks. And there's no debate on this because I already figured it out. I worked on a Star Wars by Horde. The Red Size do use helicopters much more, and yeah, it's tricky to say what they are and aren't doing right. I think the blue team is doing a better job of suppression of enemy air defenses, and the air defenses have been much decroded on the red team. But I think that the red team is getting better cap. Oh shit. And there goes one of two Boeing E-3 Sentries that are in this area. This one's going to certainly be stressed. Oh, A or B wiring. I don't know. It's been so many years. The wire layout before we crimped them. I think I was only taught one way. In fact, I made LAN cables a long, long time ago. I spent most of my time doing SDI cables. I did work on a Star Wars. I worked on Andor. And Rogue One. And Solo. I can't believe that you're like A or B wiring, and I'm like, this guy wants to know about Star Wars. Not a good day to be that guy. In fact, it disappeared into particles. Now let's see what happens now. Poor Gurky. Cookies up. Equipped with bombs. Very nice. And how's the JF-17 down south going? Lassica, having to dip down to ground altitude here, has managed to drop 2 bombs, though. How many Phoenixes for that one? 5? Yeah. So that means that the SD-10 is as good as 5 Phoenixes. Bombs away. Bombs away. Off they go. LS-250s. This bomb's probably thinking to itself, I can't wait to be a fighter jet when I blow up. Grow up. That was an unfortunate use of words and it ruined the joke, but punchline still got there. We did talk a lot about Star Wars yesterday. We did. Though I was mostly talking with Ari about Star Wars. Yes, I desperately want the Blues to try and bounce back. Try something, you know? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Oh my goodness, that was pretty much dead on. Got him. That's going to render the Blues effectively blind in the south, which is not a good way to be. And here we have an interesting loadout. A J11 with KH-58 NPUs. These are pretty rare. You've made a boatload of RG6 with BNCNs on it too. Nice. Nice. Between us, we could wire up anything. This is the last hope of the blue team, I feel like. This Patriot battery, which they've managed to take out one of the radars for, but not totally destroy. So a concentrated effort is definitely going to be happening to hopefully deal with these. LD-10s have been launched, but I don't actually think that that would have been in range for... Maybe. How high are they? 18,000 feet, traveling 500 knots. It might just make it. What about this one? Hey, fellow eyeliner. Oh my god. I'm a bit sick today, guys, so that's why I'm not making any sense. Fell Eyeliner. Fell Eyeliner. What the hell am I talking about? I have a tummy ache. Who was it that asked that question about collateral damage earlier? Because I think some poor soul that lives down near Haifa is about to have several million tungsten balls explode through the side of their house. Technitinium aggravating the destroyer. Launches some SM2s. Ooh, is it going to clear the city? Type in chat now, quickly. Do you think it's going to clear the city? What side would you say that is currently with the advantage? Let's have a look at the playlist. The red team. Ooh, misses the city. Yes, the red team is winning handily at the moment. The blue team struggling as the NASAMS battery actually decides to take out that LD-10 down there. White Raven here. Got anything left? Just gun. Is he going to try and use the gun? And Lasik is going to be able to go straight back to Princess Anne Air Base and rearm quickly. Technitiniums launching KH-58s. Big missiles. The Reds have resorted to indiscriminately destroying Haifa City. Or they might have actually found something. The Gepards are lighting up. The problem with these is that they're huge missiles. Roland gets blown up by a missile that's just about as big as it is. Dongo 2-1. Standard missiles coming in. Thank you for the follow, Grim Viper 1-2. Appreciate it. I know my mood today has been a little bit spicy, but I reserve the right to be a crybaby when I'm sick because there's only one thing that's more dangerous than childbirth, and that is tummy hurt. You got the northern AWACS as well, Mad Dog? There's the blue... It's Gurky versus, like, the 10 most... like, half dozen of the most experienced DCS players in the world. Now, last time, once we got to this stage, I joined the Bloom team to help them out. But that pissed off JP, so I'm not going to do it. Because apparently me having the Game Master slot gives me way too much of an advantage. One thing's for sure, I can certainly see more than the blue AWACS right now. And Deathhawk gets it. Stutter. Gurky is a hero to face that red tide. You've been on blue flag with him before. He's good, but he can only be in one place at a time. Reds are shifting to air to ground whilst there is no one there to stop them. Definitely not me. Cookie's coming in. It's alright. We'll see what happens, Tech. Thank you, though. Cookie's going in. Killer Dog as well. Killer Dog here is loaded for bear with CBUs. The question is, are there any EWRs left? Is there any way that the blue team can still be getting information? Is my main concern. Killer Dog's going to have to be not too careful, but Cookie is going to have to be careful. Oh, that is so many CBU 105s. CBU 105s, wind-corrected munition device, utilizing sensor-fused weapons, aka SFWs. Uh-oh, Killer Dog went way too close. The Patriot battery woke up. Whoa! Killer Dog is alive. Just tanks it somehow. Let's see if he can do it twice. How many Patriots does it take? That'll do it. Killer Dog. Dog with the killer. And here come the WCMDs. This is going to be very bad. We just heard them pop open. They'll be shooting up in little parachutes and dropping their sensor-fused weapons. Actually, it looks like it's a little bit of a miss, actually. Most of the bombs landing a little bit out of the area. And incredibly, these support vehicles unscathed. However, more key radar equipment now lost. In fact, I think, unfortunately, didn't manage to get either of the south-facing search track radars. He did manage to drop any bombs. Not yet, anyway. Trout is here in a JF-17, getting dangerously close to the boats. Not as bad as it could have been, exactly. Unfortunately, guys, if you're not subscribed, you may just be about to get hit by an ad break. In which instance, I do apologize. It'll last for 3 minutes, and you'll get right back into the action. We've got planes taking off and landing in all directions here. Very speedy landing here, but of course that's not a big problem for the JF-17. It comes with a handy-dandy parachute. Let's see if we see the glorious parachute. I mean, we've got to. He's going way too fast. On. On. No parachute? Oh, man. Oh, I love the parachute. I bet Tech used the parachute. No? Oh. Why do I bother? The thing is that if I did join in, I don't actually know what I'd do. Also, this is a crazy landing pattern. Parachute, please. Oh, do you guys want to know a fun fact? You see how these things are painted white and red like this? Someone told me that Eagle Dynamics did this as part of a Christmas celebration update that they never removed, and I believe that for 6 years. Turns out that's just the color they are. So whoever told me that tidbit of information, you got me really good. You know what I would do if I did join in right now, you know what I would do? I'd take off and I'd circle around the ships and I'd fire off SLAMs, standoff land attack missiles. SLAM ERs at like super long range. I wonder if I can get away with that. Oh man. I'm getting that urge to fly. But I'll get shot down. I'm going to leave you with Death Wish for just a little moment here, while I be right back. The age-old trick of simulated rain that only appears in front of the lights. Thought you were going to say your community, you consumed a Sprite. Do what your heart tells you to. We'll see. They are getting a lot done at Beirut. Trout's taken off now with air to ground. Okay, what have we got going on here? Draxus is working hard in the helicopters, as you may expect. But whereabouts is Trout looking to get some work done? Deathhawk's coming in for landing. And slams are really hard to use. I haven't used them in ages. It's like we've got an EMS to S that is still clearing out an airbase. Over here. If this is the correct one, I think. Doesn't look like this one's working over the airfield just too hard so far. Or at least just for the moment. Who is in the sky at the moment? Trout appears to be the only one. And Gurky is airborne as well. Gurky here, the last valiant hero of the blue team. Oh, poor Gurky. What can we do to help you? That's the tricky question. Draxus here is having the time of their lives, so happily flying throughout the hills on a very dark and fearsome night in the Syrian battle space. Gurky should go home and rest. I mean, that's kind of what he's got to do. I'm just admiring this beautiful view. Hello, Cookie. How you going? You done found yourself on the wrong end of a Patriot battery, Cookie? Or was that your wingman? No, that was your wingman, I think. Did you manage to get those JDAMs off? Beautiful flying. And I think Gurky has just landed and returned to spectators. GCI should get some love too. Absolutely. I mean, we've been keeping up with what they've been up to over here. I would say that that is really the X factor that's giving the red team the advantage here, is absolute dominance over ground units. They captured Rosh Pina and Kiryat Shimona just with ground units mostly. The attack was not entirely unassisted, but a little bit. You don't really have to use the Pappy lights if you're a helicopter, but you know, you might as well. He's making this look a lot easier than it is. It is actually quite hard. Gorgeous, gentle landing as well. Excellent flying. Oh, look, we've got the JF-17s, Dongo 2-1 and 2-3 taking off here. Equipped with LD-10s, LD-10s. What about 2-3? LD-10s, LD-10s. A heavy suppression of air defense. Suppression of enemy air defense is good. And I did listen to I did listen to you in behind the scenes, Mad Dog. Well done. Well done. Oh, it got you. Yeah. The thing is, the Patriot batteries have multiple search and track radars. I think only one of them was destroyed. And, yeah, I think that's where it got a bit tricky. The one thing I want to see happen here is I want to see Gurky fly out and get a kill. Brother, is that a Pantsir? We done got the Pantsir rolling down to Red HQ? Blue HQ? With any luck, that thing will get spotted by a ground unit and blown up. Poor Gurky. Poor Gurky. How do we help brave Gurky? Also, Cookie, I resisted the urge to shoot you down with one of these for like probably like half an hour. So I've been a good boy, even though I really wanted to do it. Because for some bizarre reason I can control those, probably because they're neutral. Thank you for the follow, BlackSpark23. Okay. Dongo 2-1 is slowly taking off here. Did that Cookie? Yeah, she wants to kill you? Well, no, it was just a really tempting opportunity. Okay, the surface-to-air battery has come back to life. So we'll have to keep our eyes open. One day I'll get a good camera shot of this Patriot battery firing. But it is not this day. A sword day. A red day. Oh, the ships are launching. The ships are launching. Arleigh Burke getting off some standard missiles. And Dongo 2-3 manages to break the lock pretty quick. You had a snack while en route. I haven't eaten anything today. Because I feel sick. I've got man flu. Not the good kind of flu. Nothing from the Patriot just yet. Gurkey is taking off here. Patriot fired, and I missed it. Wait, where'd that Patriot missile fire? Oh, it's at Merrick. Merrick's going to have to be careful here. This one's tracking pretty hard. Still going 1,700 knots. You didn't sleep through it. No, you didn't. Onera, how are you? Standard missiles being fired. I can tell you one thing. An LD-10 is not going to do much against a ship. And this Arleigh Burke is really, really, really upset. Come on, launch VLS. Managing to stay out of the range of the sneaky, breaky Pantsir. But if he's not careful, he'll fly right over the top of it. 2 LD-10s going out towards the Patriot site. Come on, come on. Try to look again. Sorry, I have to look at this. These Pantsirs are going out. Oh, Gurkey firing harms at close range here. How did he know that that Pantsir was there? It must have left its radar on, and if it did... Oh, huge save. Huge save. Well done, Gurkey. Must have been a snapshot to figure out where that Pantsir was going. I reckon he probably took off with Mavericks anyway. Not Mavericks, Harms anyway. And then he got the nails from a Pantsir once it turned its radar on. Need to wait for visual sensors to load up? Oh, they'll get there. LD-10, LD-10, what do you see? LD-10, LD-10, a Roland 3. Whoop, actually, it's a Gepard, and that's the downside to LD-10s. They do not contain a very big warhead. The armoured force is collecting up pretty comprehensively along the front line here. I looked at the wrong one. He's launching some real long-range spirals here. Take a while to get there, don't they? Looks like that one might have actually missed. Let's see if we can catch one when it shoots. There it is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. That one, I think, went just straight through. Don't tell me Majoji's going on the trip of a lifetime again to Cyprus. Ah, no. Where's your German engineering now? Yeah. No, it turns out that if you shoot an air-to-air missile at a tank, it doesn't do a lot. Looks like Merrick is heading down now. Right on the numbers. You couldn't ask for better. Nicely done. Oh, there's a tanker up. It's not a good place for a tanker to be. But, you know, what have they got here? BMP-3s? What are you? What's this at the back? The Pantsir. Oh, no! Okay, it's not going to stray into the Pantsir's range, fortunately. Oh no, what happened to Merrick? Majoji, rather. Did Majoji crash into the water? Oh no. Still firing more spirals. Gradually destroying this piece of infrastructure down here. Whoops, that wasn't what I meant to press. Neither was that. What am I looking at? Oh, there it is. Found it. I am blind. But I think there's somewhere over here. Let's see if we can see it shoot. He might not have any spirals left. Or may not have a line of sight. Looks like the more likely deal. Still has some 9M117s left. Cruising for a bruising. And there it goes. Bang, 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 bang. Not much that can't be solved with the liberal application of high explosives. Voltin's gone, maybe going in for guns. Yeah, true. The trick will be dealing with the bunkers. Should I take a blue truck and drive it into him? No, I can't drive these trucks. I might not fly today, but can I take a blue truck and try and drive it into him? I don't actually know how to turn on the headlights. Doesn't look like it. I have turned off labels. Wait, I've turned something off that I want. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Which option have I just turned off here? I think I'm in the wrong slot. Ah, he got all the vehicles, I see. Oh dear, oh dear. Managed to take them all out. Not good, not good. The sandbox only has 762. That's not going to do anything against a BMP. What is Gurky planning here? He's got Mavericks. There are people setting off fireworks today? Is there something on? Looks like Hassan East Fob is potentially going to go down here. They just need something heavy to deal with the sandboxes. I don't think the Emster has enough to deal with it. Tara's in the MI8, Technitinium's in the J11. Oh, ooh. I think once this finishes, I might go to the shop and get myself a Powerade. I mean, shouldn't these be firing back? I wonder why the Merkavas aren't shooting back. Cookie, I think most of blue is dead. There were more reds throughout the entire day, but I think a lot of the blues are dead. I'm not even sure if that's doing any damage to a Merkava. No. It's crazy intense in the beginning. Yeah, I think they just lost everyone. It is Gurky all alone, though. With no AWACS either. Yeah, that Merkava's like, that BMP can't hurt me. I'm not going to fight it. 5th generation BMP? Oh no. And Merrick has taken off with a full air-to-air loadout. There are some Rolands, though. You see, these are an ROE state red, but the ones over at Netathim military base are ROE state green, which I don't think they should be. Why are they green? Merrick's not far from Gurky here, 35 nautical. Oh, and Gurky fires at Merrick. 27 nautical miles, the altitude advantage in Gurky. But Gurky, of course, carrying some Mavericks as well. It's like Merrick's going to go completely defensive. Gurky's got the SD, the PL-12 to deal with. Which gives up after a short fight. Slows all the way down to 700 knots, and I think this one's for the dirt. And this one is completely lost. No luck. Gurky switches to be in the low. Merrick with a little bit of an altitude advantage, but Gurky still has his Mavericks. Okay, Gurky's pushing in. Merrick is turning around. Gurky fires first. 15 nautical. Still has 7 nautical miles to go, traveling at 1,000 knots, so not very fast. Gurkey managing to chase Merrick away. This AIM-120 doing a full 180 in the air. Gurkey here actually pushing with great aggression here, now closing to 12 nautical miles. If Gurkey gets a kill here, I'll be very impressed. 11 nautical miles. I think Gurkey smells blood. He's got those Mavericks on though, so he can't get fast enough. Merrick turns around. Merrick's going to shoot here. If he can get him fast enough. Which he might not be able to. 6 nautical miles. Gurkey manages to get a Maverick off. But there's a PL-12 coming now. No, Gurkey, no! Let's watch Gurkey's last missile, no! No, it exploded! Oh, there's missiles coming in, though. The Gepard's trying to stop it. Oh, what the... What? It got, like, abducted. The Rolands, like, disappeared it. The missile's lost, but it's trying. Yep. There goes Gurkey, the last of the blues. There's about 1 hour and 10 minutes left in the day of Syrian incident. But I'm feeling a little bit like I have nothing left. I don't know why that Maverick just exploded. Maybe Gurkey disconnected too quickly. But a great effort from Gurkey. And Tectinium fires a KH-58 here. So I think once the next ad break comes along, I think it'll be enough. Those Gepards will start firing at this. Oh, saved by the tree? Wow. So, if you're a Flak Panzer Gepard defending yourself against KH-58 MPUs, make sure that you have a handy tree in the way to hide behind. That's so funny. For such a big missile as well to be defeated like that. Oh no, Merrick's going after the tankers. No worries. Cookie, thank you. I'll make sure the VOD's available. I'll post it in the Discord as well. Well, we've still got like 17 minutes or so. Looks like Technotinium might be looking to go back to Cyprus. Oh, there's nothing seriously wrong with me. I'll be fine. Just having a whinge. Arboreal defense. Yep. That KH-58 got taken out by the SA-1 Arboreal. Oh, mission will shut down in 10 minutes. Okay. I guess we're here for the duration. We can all still log on and save blue. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to form a squadron of my community. It'll be one guy in an Air Force Phantom, one guy in a helicopter, one guy in the Christensen Eagle, one guy in a MiG-21, one guy in a MiG-19. That Blue Origin launch, that looked pretty cool. It looked like they're doing really well. Is Blue Origin looking like they're going to be serious? 'Cause I thought Blue Origin was just a company that sent Katy Perry into space and made her an astronaut. I didn't realize that they were testing heavy lifters. I guess this day Red won. Well, most comprehensively, I'd say. Looks like everyone's RTB now. They won't expect the tow gazelle. No, we need a Mistral gazelle. We need a Mistral gazelle, a Kiowa with a machine gun and rocket pods. One rocket pod, 7 FFARs. I'll fly the MiG-21 and I'll bring a nuke, but it won't work because it's DCS, so... yeah. I'll come along in a full fidelity MiG-29 and not detect anyone on radar and die. Kind of sad I missed it when I watched the weather was too bad. Oh, bugger. If you enjoyed my coverage of this event, don't forget that I'm also a playful little aeroplane VTuber that streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and other days as well. It'd be a pleasure to have you for my other content, especially when I'm feeling a little bit more sharp. We play DCS and simulated games of all varieties, and it would be a pleasure to have you. A welcoming aviation-centric community where everyone is allowed to fly. Even me, when I shouldn't be able to. Allowed. Not able, allowed. Ooh, Merrick's got a pop tyre. This could be interesting. You'll take the full crumb without it and look pretty without EW and AOX support. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh. Still no parachute. For shame. Pop tyre, no parachute. You willing to fly poorly for me? Boss. Boss. You alright, boss man? Hey, bruv. Let me get a lamb kofta and 10 spicy wings, you right? Make it quick. Okay, 5 minutes to go. Everyone get your wheelie-feelies down. Now imagine this setup, but with third generation aircraft. Well, Tech, you've got about 15 runways to pick from, so I'm sure one of them will be to your taste. Do a Cobra. And not only are they runways, these are civil aviation runways. So they're like 100 million kilometers long. And you're like, oh yeah, we do have a thrust to weight ratio of like 2. It's actually quite nicely done. Though, is his landing light pointing in the wrong direction? Parachute, 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 parachute. Man, no one likes parachute anymore. Am I crazy, or are those lights sticking out way to the left? Did they always do that? Taxiing at 70 knots. Classic. Okay. That is as much as I can cover today. Thank you, everyone. Short, sweet. 1 hour left. Well, I was going to say, Tech. This is as much as I can do today. I said I was originally only going to do 4 hours, so we got an extra one. But I have had enough today. All right, let's just see if my face moves. So there is still 1 hour left, guys. 1 hour left. But I am feeling unwell, and if I push myself any harder, I will get more sick, and that will be bad. So, I want to say thank you very much for having me. Look, I'm a little talking airplane. Jump scare. Whoa, 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 whoa. if you want to keep up to date with the Syrian incident, I'll give you guys links to the 51st PVO Discord, where you can join to keep yourself involved. In addition to that, I'll give you a link to my Discord as well, a welcoming aviation community that you are more than welcome to come and join in. You are also more than welcome to follow me on Twitter